For you see, 'twas not the butler. 'Twas actually me the whole time. I was the criminal. Now come catch me, you fools. What? Norse Owl? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. What the fuck? Spubtember. Spubtember. And thank you so much, Cax. Thank you so much, Cax, for subbing for 9 months. That's a long time. That's like the time it takes to fucking to make a baby. Hey, Fabi got sub. Hey. Sometimes subs do get gifted to people who aren't watching. That doesn't mean that the Fabi's. Oh my god, stop. What the fuck? Ah yes, definitely not Mr. Conan Doyle. Hi Zara, I hope moving went well and stuff. I hope all of the moving and everything went all good and okay. I hope you're settled in. Get those bots. Stop now! Thank you, Gail, for gifting a sub as well, and thank you, Kurt, for gifting a sub. Damn it! It's okay, the hotspots will go away on their own. It's okay. It's alright. If stop subbing for like a month, that's fine. That's fine. You could stop subbing forever. Ash, it doesn't matter. It's all good. You're not in the UK yet. Oh, okay. I thought you'd moved. Oh my god. Norse Owl! Thank you for the bits.
Will not stop giving love.
Thank you very much. Oh, Lena. Lena! You already drew something for me, Lena. You already made me cry.
Lovely
Don't do this.
playing
No.
my possible fav game. Oh my god.
Thank you so much for the 1500 bits. That's a lot of bits. It's like a bunch. There's a whole bunch of bits. Yes, they're gone now. You guys can stop. They're gone. they're gone now. The hotspots are gone. Don't worry. You know, actually, I really want to get a snack. I know this is like really bad because I just started the stream, but I do actually just want to. I do kind of want to get a snack. I'm not gonna lie. I want to grab a snack. In someone's bisexual awakening. Definitely. Not mine though. Hey. The upcharge on iPhone? Ugh. Gross. Do they what? I heard that Apple can't, like, Apple actually cannot force company, like, apps and stuff to use their payment services anymore. Like, that was one of the things that they fell out with like, the Epic Games stuff. Where, like, Epic Games lost, like, billions of dollars. But also Apple can't do anything, can't, like, use people to, they can't make people use their service anymore. Have you seen anything about this game's story? Only the few little bits of Crystal streams that I've watched, which never led to me finding out anything like memorable because I didn't know who anyone was.
You know me, I always like to savor the last shot before popping the heat sink.
Big love.
Thank you so much, Sin. Thank you so much, Deli. You're lovely. I love you. Thank you so much. Big love. Big love. Mwah. Big love. Mwah. Hi, Crystal! I really did just say Crystal, like, in the way that you're... Wait, what the fuck? Y'all want to know something funny? You're upgraded to Metal Slime? Oh, Pog. Wait, why'd you do that? Wait, don't do that. Don't give me more money. No, stop it. The amount you've already given is enough. Please.
More money for the mats.
No! You already missed this game. Althana, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Your sister asked me if you liked her GF. I told her I don't know how to tell you this, but I think she is gay. That's funny. Oh, owl. That's really sweet. That's really nice of you. Thank you. All right, now I need to I need to grab something. I need to grab a thing to eat because I really want to. If any hate raids happen while I'm gone, tell them to go away.
No stop. Full throttle. All I have EE for now. Let's go. Aero cheer.
Wait, I have coffee. Have a bath, man. Laundry finished. Oh yeah. 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 What did you do? Oh, for God's sake. Thank you, Kurt, for the 500 bits. You fucking... Thank you, Norse, for the gifted subs as well. Is that another 5? Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. I don't deserve everything. I deserve a normal amount of things. I deserve an amount of things that is completely normal and typical. God's sake.
More biddies.
Hey, you know what's fucking weird? People thinking that it's okay to just like take people's art for your D&D campaigns. That's a weird one. That's a weird one. Maybe don't do that. Anyway, I'm closing Twitter now. Stop! Thank you, Tail, for the 100 bits. Thank you, Rognus, for the 200 bits. I hate all of you. You're all terrible human beings. Fuck you. Thank you, Tail. Thank you, Tail, for the gifted sub. Stop it! Focus yourself. No! It's just the general discourse right now. The general discourse right now seems to be the, seems to just be like, aha, I'm going to take your art and use it, like, change the character that it's of to fit my character now. It's like, mate, just draw it yourself, will you? Fucking draw it yourself. Is it not Thor? Thor is also the Twitter discourse right now.
Max per love.
I'm talking about Fat Thor! Have y'all seen how Thor looks in the new... Thank you so much for the 500 bits, Joes. Thank you so much for the 500 bits. Have y'all seen how Thor looks in the new God of War game? He looks like the scariest man I've ever seen in my life. But he has like a strongman build. Like he's not like a fat, like I called him Fat Thor. He's not fat. Like he's absolutely not. It's not even dad bod. No, it's strongman bod. Like he's literally. Let me get a picture of like what he looks like. Like he looks incredible. Let me find areas. Thor. Just Thor.png. Like, look at this man. Look at how big this dude is. Look at the absolute size of this unit. Look at those arms. They're huge. This is Thor in the new. Yeah, this is Thor in the new God of War. And people are complaining that he doesn't have like abs, basically. I hate the fact that when you look up Thor, the first thing you get is fucking MCU. Let me find. He's just like people being like this fucking guy. People being like, this fucking dude. He's all like, wah. I didn't want a Thor Barbie like in the MCU. I just want to see a warrior Thor, and this Thor doesn't look like a great warrior at all. And then he posts a picture of what he wants, and it's like, I'm gonna say this that like Sean on Twitter said it, and I liked it, where he says, if you have to choose between two people to fight, like if two people want to fight you, right, and you get to pick which one. Pick this guy, like, do not pick this guy. This guy will kill you in like seconds flat. This guy is got muscle for beauty. This is muscle for beauty. This is like, and don't get me wrong, look at those rippling abs, but like this is model muscle. This is beauty muscle. This is I will kill you with my bare hands in like seconds. Muscle. Like, this is what strong men look like. This is what models look like. If you have to choose between which one of these guys to go up against in a fight, pick this dude. Get rid of those. That's my opinion on the latest Twitter discourse. Is Thor from God of War Ragnarok looks incredible. I don't even know what Anger Brodo is. I don't know anything about God of War, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, are they mad because she's black? Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, that makes sense. That sounds about right, yeah. That sounds about right. It's not accurate to the mythology. It's not accurate. It's not accurate to my Eurocentric view of history. Wah. Anyway, what else? What else is there to talk about? Oh yeah, don't steal people's D&D stuff for your art for your D&D campaign. Stop doing that. Don't do it. Unless it's like your private campaign. In which case, you should probably tell all of your friends who actually drew it. Unless you're like, oh yeah, this is kind of how I envisioned them in my head, but it's just a reference. Yeah, that's fine. Being like, this is my character. No, don't do that. Just don't do that. Also, did you guys know ProZD is in the new God of War? He plays a squirrel. I think that's pretty rad. Anyway, video game. Welcome to the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Alright, sorry. Welcome to the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Yeah, no, he is. Yeah, no, he's playing, what's his name, like Ratatoskir? Ratatoskir. Something like that. Ratatoskir. I don't know, I don't know how to pronounce it, but I think that's what it is. Ratatoskir. Ratatosk. Tosk. I think the R is like how you expel the air in your... You know, it's fine. Shut up. Everyone shut up. Shut up! I'm gonna play the game now, because I really want to. So I've been excited about this game for a little while because Crystal said, like, watching Crystal stream it and then hearing Crystal just praise it forever and say it's like one of her favorite games of all time. I'm like, okay. Because not even P5R got that accolade. It got close, but it didn't even get that accolade. So, I'm excited to see what this is all about. I'm excited to see what it's all about. That's the main thing I know about it, is that one of my best friends, who I trust the tastes of very much, really loved it. So that's what I'm going with right now. Let's go. It's time. Let's see.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Oh no. Oh. Uh-oh.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
No, no! That's me! I'm the killer! I knew it! I knew I was the killer the whole time. Mr. Ace Attorney. Oh god, I'm being assaulted by machine gun fire. Everybody get down! Sorry, I'm moving my stuff over so you can read the text boxes properly. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Maybe you shouldn't have fucking killed that guy, lol. What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Of course it fucking is. I'm a second year of course you fucking are. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now here I am, awaiting my trial. Ah, naruhodo ne. That's enough. Oh wait. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Solid Snake. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities, look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still have this voice of a 40-year-old man. I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Smile. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these last few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Unless they said something really lame or uncool. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up, hold your head up high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. He's far more clever than I, a star student in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer, impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. I like to imagine he just like read his mind. Like he just knew that like I know it would be about now that if I were the main character of this story, I would be thinking about how cool I am. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know! I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me! We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. I need to move my pop filter because it's like obscuring part of the text box, which is why I keep forgetting how to speak. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, is there a draft in here? Professor! I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now, Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. All right then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. I like her. I like her yukata. Ugh, this is awkward. You're fine, Ray. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm sorry, I changed my name after moving to Japan, but I still can't pronounce it. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Oh, what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? Nani? Ah, as I suspected, you are unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer.
I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial.
Sorry? What do you mean?
You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway.
But then what should I do?
Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction.
Right, so...
As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do.
I do. But what will the question be? Surely not.
Do you accept the accusations brought before you?
Oh wait, I thought that was him saying it.
Of course not. Defendant? Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours.
Ah yes, they would have been best friends. They are best friends.
What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway.
This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. Swoosh! My one and only chance at proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. Machine gun fire, everybody get down. So this is a courtroom. What, you're a second year, you've never seen a courtroom before? I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial?
A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend.
What? But why?
It'll become clear in time, but for now... I'm just gonna stand here and look very cool.
You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh god. Yo, nice fucking fit, dude. I like your golden sun nipples.
The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense.
Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a request for a of advocate.
That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself.
Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I'm obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial?
This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Oh, fuck. Well, do I believe in my friend, or do I... Fuck it. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside... Did I take too long? Fuck.
Yes!
Oh, wait, no, I got it.
What is the meaning of this unruly outburst?
I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself.
You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke?
Professor Mikitoba told me everything just now before the trial.
He did what?
He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose.
How sad. It means you don't have faith in me.
Fuck! Damn it! You think I won't be able to get you off? I mean, I think you can definitely get me off, but just not here. No, it's not that really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you...
Yes, I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikitoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san?
Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank.
I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
Which do you not know? As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency.
It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken.
My competence? What does that mean?
He's questioning your ability to do the job.
Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am.
So, let's start with the very simplest of questions.
Oh, yes.
Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case.
Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again?
Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank.
You know me so well.
All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record.
But I can't even find that. You can access the court...
It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of E. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there.
I just have to press E for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. I did it. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E.
You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press Z to go back.
Eugene... This guy, John H. Wilson, the victim in this case. He was visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. John H. Wilson, age 47. Okay.
So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press R to present. Try it now.
Yes!
Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally.
Really?
And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation, or as I like to call it, AJTFAN. AJTFAN. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor?
Ugh, but I didn't do it.
This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. That's why this trial has had these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman.
Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. But did you not see who did it? I don't... Oh dear, look at the time. I better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. God, that voice is making me lightheaded. His voice is gonna fucking kill me, mate. British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. That guy's dead! I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table. And introduced myself to Dr. Wilson.
Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death.
Cause of death? Well, obviously that was,
Ryunosuke.
Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Oh, God. This. Post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Okay. Wait. I'll go where I can read it. Okay. Single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhages from the pectoral ballistic trauma, so right in the chest. No exit wound. It did not pass through the body. Okay. Bah!
Yes!
Thank you, Justin. Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it? Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Photographic print of the victim has been entered in this court record. He was shot from the front of the chest and subsequently died, okay? So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible.
Very well, I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
Ugh, this is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind.
The professor? You mean Dr. Mikitoba?
Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean...
Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial.
He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he?
Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma.
Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats.
Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. I mean, I'm pretty sure we can all see exactly what his occupation is.
Of course, my name is Satoru Hasanaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called Le Carnaval.
Oh my god, he's bleeding. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, really be like, stop that anime bullshit, Kazuma. It's a regular occurrence, it doesn't really bother me. Thank you, Norsal, for subbing at tier 2, thank you so much. And for 10 months as well, thank you, that's a crazy, you're insane. Oh, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants in an Occidental eatery 3 days ago. Can I voice some women soon so I can do some voice training?
Understood, Hasanaga-san. You will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident.
At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Aspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have a few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied.
That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. Bang! A gunshot rang out, so I hurried to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Yes! Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him. Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But...
The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today.
Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student.
Huh? Wait, what did he just say? Was no one else around that table?
What's the matter, Ryunosuke?
That's just not right. That's incorrect. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello...
There was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Just fucking wait. Just wait a second. Just wait a sec. Desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never have gotten to Yuma University otherwise. You can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll be seriously regretting it when you're found guilty. Okay, why can't I say it when I'm giving my own... Why can't I say it like he says I have the chance to fight back? He says I have the chance to fight back and then is like... But also, you should interject. It's like, what? There is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it. Okay, never mind. I guess we're just interjecting anyway. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Dear me, dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused is mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Osanaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. That doesn't prove anything, mate. That proves literally nothing. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. He's bleeding from his mouth because it's just like a medical condition he has that he's used to. Is what he said. We don't know much about it, but we just know that he sometimes coughs and blood comes out of his mouth. Thank you, sir. Slam. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. He said it was probably TB, and in that case, we should be very far away from him. Oh, well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. I mean, if he's a guy with tuberculosis serving food, that explains a lot about the tuberculosis outbreak, I suppose. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. So, the court has now heard a praesis of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency? If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain... An unsworn witness? What does that mean? Does that mean he didn't swear in? Do you swear in Japanese court? But I must warn the defense if you are determined... Yeah, he's not under oath. He's not... Well, is the oath... I was always under the impression that the oath was very much an Anglo-American thing. But I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. Okay, so there's evidence by witnesses at the scene of the crime.
but also I was the only guy near the body. And also there was, like, no one else in the rest. Like, what the fuck do you mean? This is so fucking backwards. What do you think I should do, Kazuma?
I don't know, Ryunosuke. It seems like you're fucked. What do you mean?
Well, I'm gonna be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Would it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence?
Bitch, what the fuck are you talking about?
Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this.
As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face. Is that it?
What?
If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchi, please continue with proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. Ugh. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witness. I can be your angle or your devil.
Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once.
A saint in the streets, a devil in the court, and Oni in the sheets. So we've got Colonel Mustard and Nikola Tesla, it seems. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. The great Nippon Army, Imperial Army Sergeant Iesa
Nosa. Reporting for duty, sir.
Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity.
Iesa Nosa, yeah. That's what I was like wrapping my head around.
Myself, I find a purveyor of fine articles from antiquity, from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd district. Curio Correcta.
Curious collector. Curious collector.
Curio Correcta.
An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
Correcta. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. I fucking love this game already. This game is fantastic. Asogi. Kazumura Asogi. I wonder what that's a fucking thing. Ouchie pain. Ouchie. Wait, no, you're right. Yeah, his name's Ouchie. His name is Ouchie.
It must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying.
He's an antique dealer. It sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele.
Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Wait, hang on, let's go through the guys' names. So we've got this guy. Takasuchi Ouchi. Takasuchi Ouchi. Takasuchi Ouchi. What do you think that's a pun on? So we've got Satoru Hosonaga. These are just like generic, these are fairly generic names, but now we're just like, now we're getting into these pun names, which I think is pretty great. They're just meaningful names in Japanese for the most part. Fair enough. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Yeah, like Naruhodo's name is IC, yeah.
Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir! It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir!
This man is as impossible to understand as the other. Takuchi is similar to the Japanese word for samurai. John Wilson is... Oh, John Watson, John Wilson. Okay, right, I see. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said.
So, this is the decisive evidence the
What the fuck if... Sorry, Kazuma, your voice just went... So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. Yeah, that was a baby, right? Yeah, that was a baby. I'm glad I'm not the only one who heard that. The soldier is claiming that the soldier is claiming that the player accidentally right-clicked instead of reading my dialogue all the way through. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? Genuinely just used because of Ouchi. It's one of the few real Japanese names that's just an English pun on the series. His name is visually similar. Sorry, I'm really peering my eyes trying to see the difference. to me, that looks like the same word. Or wait, no. Is the cross slightly... Like the second character is like slightly shorter? Or am I just imagining that? Or is that just like... Oh my god. Yeah, the second character is a different size. Okay. I was like, wow, I feel so Western right now because I literally could not see a difference. That kanji is extremely similar, yeah. If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start.
Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. So, yes, sir.
It happened again. Has he got like a baby tied to his back or something? It's like this bit here is like, it's like this bit here is like, this is like one of those like fucking like front backpacks, but it's just on backwards. like the baby carrier wrap thing that you have, like the baby sling. It's just a baby sling. Oh my god, wait. The first image that comes up on Google is amazing. Wait, hang on a sec. Literally the first image that comes up on Google when I looked up like baby carrot, like baby slings for men, was this one. Which feels really appropriate. There we go. There we go. Now it's more accurate. Like boop.
Yes, sir. Standing by to report, sir.
Oh, wait, gotta get rid of it.
Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon.
What the witnesses saw. Oh.
I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
Ooh. At the precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Okay, that's already a red flag right there, because he was shot from the front.
I was on.
Oh, his fucking curio has changed. He's changed what he's looking at. He's changed his fucking thing. What the hell? It's different now.
I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy.
He's got a knife. He's got a knife. Give this old man a knife. Corrector, what do you have?
A knife! I'm going to kill you now. When I get out of here, I'm going to go on a stabbing spree with this antique knife. What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day.
But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone.
Is that really true, Ryunosuke?
Yes! All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang! Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. Ryunosuke with the strapper. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is?
Ryunosuke!
You must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine?
Do it now!
As we have heard, Your Excellency. Yeah, I was about to say, he didn't hear the gunshot when he was in the fucking thing. No, it's like, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It's time to bring this despicable student to justice. Are swords allowed in the courtroom? Well, it depends. If the sword is a weapon, then no. But if the sword is an important visual part of establishing your character, from, you know, establishing a unique silhouette so that the audience knows that you are, one, diligent, two, someone to follow, a leader, and also, you know, good at what you do and competent, and tough, then yes, it is. Because it's the utmost important when you're in court that you consult a character designer so that everyone can tell everything important about you just by looking at you. The bandana as well. The bandana and the sword combined is to indicate that he is actually the more ideal hero than Ryunosuke. However, he is. You know, he is obviously not the main protagonist of this game. However, he is the more ideal hero that Ryunosuke is looking up to. The bandana around his head, you know, is a shorthand for just the general, like, heroic kind of person. And also it looks really cool. Katanas were not that good indoors because they were just too fucking long. They were literally just too fucking long. Yeah, they were too long. They were great for, like, outside fighting, and then Japanese swordsmen were considered, like, even by, like, the knights that fought them, because, like, there were a few times where knights and samurai did actually fight each other, which is also fun. That's also a fun piece of history lore, if you didn't know that. All of the English writing, all of, like, the you know, Britain and, like, medieval writings from knights that we have describing Japanese swordsmen is that they were some of the best they'd ever seen. Like, they speak very highly of them. So, you know, katanas were pretty good out in the open on battlefields, but unfortunately, it's, yeah, the hotspots now call themselves host. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, no, that makes sense, yeah.
Yes!
What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst?
I am nervous. I mean, the defense demands its right to cross-examination. Dear me, let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? I'm right here, you idiot. I can see you. The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. Oh, hi, Tiki. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination? Bitch, fuck you. The defendant is asserting a right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Oh. Cosmo is so commanding. He's kind of hollow. I kind of want him to rail me after this. Said Ryunosuke. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. God damn it, Ryunosuke, do you not go to the same school that I do? Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that what that soldier said has to be a lie. Oh yeah, Crystal's already got a... Oh yeah, Crystal's absolutely got a Herlock emote, you know it. No, I can put it next to mine. Hey, wait, that means that me, Crystal, and Shen all have smug emotes. Look. We all have smug emotes. We've got them. We all have them. We are the smug sisters. Sheesh. I should get a Shishi mode, actually. I should commission Jay for that, yeah. I should commission Jay for a Shishi mode. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying.
Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you.
He's such a goof. I love him. All right then, it's all or nothing. He's such a goof. He really wanted that to like be a big like booming slam, but it was just like a little. It was just a little. It was just like a little. What the witnesses saw. Okay.
I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. A black-uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
I was on my hands and knees investigating where the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
So someone stole it, basically. Someone's stolen his... So somebody stole his little thing? I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Ryunosuke. We know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is, how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving testimony by pressing E.
Go through each witness statement and the details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency? When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seems to contradict each other, present your evidence with R and rip the witness apart. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you will be given a penalty. If you're dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart, and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Peruse the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with the witness statements. Alright, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again as many times as you like. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Please don't draw that sword. I will die if you are out. Ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having tactical discussion. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired... Okay, so we gotta press this, right? Yeah. So this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was... Ah, I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet. Who else do you see around here in a black uniform,
Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but...
It was you, you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm from that man from behind his back.
Wait, hang on. Wait, how do I... Wait, can I, like... Okay, I can't present it now. Yeah, ripping people apart seems like it would really damage my case that I'm not a murderer. But where the fuck is this baby? What is it, Ryunosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness' face and make him choke on it. Wait, okay, hang on. Ugh, what am I supposed to do here? Wait, Yeah. Like I said before, the key is using evidence. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving testimony by pressing E. Oh, okay, right, so I need to press E. Okay, so I don't need to press, I need to present evidence, like, while he's speaking. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I got it, don't worry, I got it. Okay.
I'm fucking tired.
Precise moment. Black uniformed varsity cadet fired on against a civilian and from the back. Okay. Then. Yes! Hello, what are you sweating for? Okay.
What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting this wad of paper in my mustache?
Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this document possibly tell us we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
This is so frustrating.
Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at the post-mortem report presented by the defense. There's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant, yes sir, no sir. Yes sir, what sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes sir, affirmative sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military grade eyes, sir.
You can tell they're military grade because they're completely square.
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet?
Because, as is clearly stated in the post-mortem report, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound, bullet did not pass through the body. The photographic print of the victim clearly shows the same thing. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest.
Ah,
Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here.
well, how do you explain it?
Oh my god, the baby is appearing.
Well,
What the fuck? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back. And he pushed it down again.
certainly there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa?
There's a baby. My man's. Strong baby, I know, right? The baby is like the sea. This is you right now. This is you, we can see it. This is you. This is you, Sergeant Nosa. This is what your body truly looks like. Well, yeah, don't push a baby by its head. Tactical baby, inbound.
Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir.
Hit rapper, da baby, too.
What?
The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. There is a baby in the courtroom. This witness, Sergeant Yesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
That's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple.
There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this courtroom.
There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial. Just from that one discrepancy. It's absurd. You're absurd. Isn't that like from Eddsworld or something? So this is what being an ace attorney... There it is. Credits. Roll credits, ladies and gentlemen. We did it. He said the thing. He said the thing. Everybody roll credits. We done it. It's over now. We can all leave. It's over. We got this. We got it. Whoop. Yeah, no, nice job. Great job, everybody. Great going. We did it. We did it. Everybody, we're done. We're all done here. That's it. So anyway, Life is Strange True Colors. What the fuck? Wait, when did you get Crystal Clap? Wait, when did you get that? Wait, hang on. I want that. Why can't I have that? You literally just uploaded it. Oh, that might be why it's not appearing for me. Or maybe it's like a tier 2 thing or something. Or like a... Or maybe it's a bit emote. I don't know. No, I do have it. Oh, okay. It just didn't appear for me in my client. That's all. Do it again. Do it again. Oh, no. It's still not appearing for me, but that's fine. I believe you. Don't worry. I like that. All right. I have it for you guys. Okay, yeah, no, it just wasn't appearing. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about.
But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor.
And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either.
Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure.
Treasure?
Indeed! The Hoyera Kaban, my prized coin! On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Razute.
In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you.
On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoy treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished.
The Kaban vanished?
Hunting around under the table I was in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoy treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
No.
Huh, I see. You hear it, you're so funny, the voice acting is so good. Thank you so much, Hino-chan. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's really sweet.
That lamentable day.
It's hell on my throat, though. I need to, like, find some, like, syrup or something.
That lamentable day, the precious Hoy Kaban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be. Hydrate, you're so right. Well, actually, have I got any coffee left? I do. I do need to quickly drink this as well. Ah. Posture check. What's like good like home remedies for taking care of your voice? Voice home remedies. Not laryngitis, but like ginger, right? No. Caring for your voice. Voice acting. Refrain from yelling and whispering, it's quite strenuous. You have to clear your throat as this too can be irritating. Stay active, avoid talking from your throat. Dude, I'm just looking for like shit to drink. Avoid yelling. Yes. Consciously relax your throat and neck muscles. There's like, you know, like home mixtures and stuff. Tea and honey. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Tea and honey, yeah. Hot water with citrus juice, spoon of honey. Yeah, whispering is really strenuous when you do it. Because you need to push like a lot of air out. You're pushing like a lot of air out. A very like tight, small hole in your vocal, your vocal fold. It's really like, it's pretty bad for you to do like all of the time. But yeah, time to just drink a liter of honey. Yeah, lemon, honey, and ginger. Yeah. My man's narrow, though on the verge of a panic attack. So true. Yeah, no, it's yeah. One thing I've been learning, like I have been doing a lot of voice training recently. Though I didn't do any today because I knew I'd be playing this. And so like I'm learning more and more and more like how my vocal fold works and how you can control like all of this stuff. And like, God, dude, my neck fucking hurts because I'm using so many muscles that I've just never used before in my life. It's really fucking bad. Eating a few green apple slices. Oh, really? I might take that into consideration because when I was recording my podcast, there was so much like mouthy noises And I do produce like a lot of saliva anyway. It's really strange. Like no matter how much I drink, I'm always like a bit fucking, you know. And like you could just hear like every single mouth movement. It was so bad, especially in some of my earlier videos as well. Before I figured out like what a noise gate is, you can really hear like every mouth movement I make. It's so bad. It's really like I'm like so tempted to just like re-record the Akechi video. And the Breath of the Wild video, because so much of that audio is just like mouth noises. It's so bad. It's really bad. Because I didn't know how to audio edit like anything back then. Yeah, on my YouTube channel I have one. The first video I ever made on my YouTube channel was a video essay talking about Goro Akechi. And it was it was the first time I'd ever like done a video essay or anything, so you can really hear in my voice that I'm not confident at all, like speaking and shit. It's really fucking bad. But it's a good video. I just wish that the audio quality was better. Wait, guys, I'm gonna totally gank. I'm gonna totally fucking gank someone. Look at this. Watch this, guys. Listen to this. Listen to this. I'm not a man. Don't call me a man. God, could y'all read? Can y'all not read? Can y'all not read? Do y'all not read descriptions of channels? Do y'all not scroll down? Now listen, I'm gonna totally gank the fuck out of everyone. Watch this. Ah, smelly. Haha, you're smelly.
Huh?
You're smelly. Haha, I'm pranking you.
Aren't you streaming?
Yes, and now you've been pranked. I'm just kidding, I love you.
I can't believe you would do this to us. I trusted you.
Also, the drawing looks really, really fucking cool.
Thank you!
It looks so cool!
Thank you!
Why do I get gender envy from Vero? That's my real question here. Could you stop?
I'm so sorry.
I'm kidding. It looks really amazing.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Shen. I just pranked Shen. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh yeah, court. As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony in the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It's a fucking bold statement. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Akuchi? Akuchi? What? Ouchie. Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. Oh. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo! What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again.
You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
That's clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Waiting to signal to testify, sir.
Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think.
Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido.
I don't know, sir. I don't know, sir. I don't know, sir. They would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny.
Ido, attention. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy.
I fucking hate the snot bubble. That's so stupid. Witness testimony. All right, let's go. The true culprit. Maybe so.
Maybe so, sir.
Maybe so, no, sir. Wait, shit, Wait, hold up. What do you fucking say? I'm pressing T to see the history. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Looks like a Rhythm Heaven character.
Yes, pointing the gun at the foreign man. He was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed were the only personnel present.
Indeed, alone he was the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, none other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Yes!
Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies.
Ugh, none of my fantasies contain women.
Is it evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident?
Wait, it is what?
The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photograph print of the scene of the crime, counsel?
Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. Oh god, I'm dying. This doesn't make any sense.
The court will address this new photographic evidence to the record.
Photographic print of the crime scene. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him.
It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma.
The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times.
Done. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. No, it isn't. It almost the same thing means that it is in fact not the same. Yeah, Otako sure is right. Almost the same thing mean it was not the same thing. I was pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black, that I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Almost Christmas means it was not Christmas! Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Ugh. Oh. What's the matter? I can't find anything. I can't find a clear discrepancy anywhere. I'm done for. I can't win this trial. No, 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 no! Listen, the first thing to do is calm down. You can't expect witness statements to be full of holes every time. Just take your time, try to ease more information out of them first. Let's have a look at the court record real quick. So we've got carbonated, we have this waiter's business card that only has one thing written on it. I like magnify. Ooh. 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 That's good, that's cool. I didn't realize I could do that. Table looks the same. Yeah, okay, so that must be the flower pot. This little bit of glass here must be the flower pot. The answer, Your Honor, is my student badge. Okay, cool record. People. He was hunting a lost Hoei era gold Kaban coin at the time of the incident, so he didn't see anything. Something suspicious about press him on it with Q. With a little luck, you may get more details, which could prove to be crucial. Right, I see. Okay. The important point is, there's no sense in holding back. If anything even slightly jars with you, press the witnesses on it, and press them hard. Alright, got it. I'll press them like blocks of tofu. Professor wasn't alone in the restaurant, I'm sure of it.
Oh no. What did I get myself into?
Dawn never played. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi, I hope you had a good stream. Thank you so much for the raid, sweetheart. I hope you had a great stream. Hello. What a cute wave emote. Aw. What a cute wave. It's so cute. Ah, I'm getting bombed. Time to press them on it for all they're worth. My fate depends on it. Okay. So, even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment, I mean, that's just straight up not true, because if you saw it... No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. My fan. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? This is going fucking... How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. And that proves that you fired the gun. Have what? Attention! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed this accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korekta-san? That's all he can say.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black, that must...
Okay, no, you didn't, because you were looking at the ground. Yeah, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time, but you were looking for your coin. No! Ryunosuke! Ryunosuke, you're missing the key point here! Just that he said he was looking for his coin, he didn't care. He didn't even look. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when... there was already a gun on the ground. Why was there already a gun on the ground? Raisins! Why was there already a gun on the ground? That's what I'm interested in. And at exactly that moment, bang! A gunshot rang in my ears.
Full of events beyond our control, life is.
Sorry, what do you mean?
In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up. Also, I have a knife in the courtroom, by the way. I'm going to stab someone with it. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, I myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Indeed, alone. He was the Englishman, but all by himself.
Hang on. Let's go back. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. What about the waiter? What about the waiter and what about the waiter's plan? Why didn't he draw anyone else? Can I like skip through to like where I kind of wish this game wouldn't flash so much. This game has a lot of flashing in it, which means that when you skip through text, it gets a little bit weird. Alt escape. I see. Thank you. Almost the same thing. Furthermore, visual surprises coming up. We were the only ones present. No, you were not. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. Oh, for God's sake. Not the lady, the waiter! Come on! As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel like I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there had been more people dining here at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. Quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place was almost empty, as what you'd expect.
Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency. There was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Ota Clinic? Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in the question. In the question. What the fuck am I saying? 19th of November, noon to past 1 p.m.
The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case.
I wonder, what do you think, Ryunosuke?
Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. I ask for... I mean, yeah, I think anything that can help us. Yeah, sure.
Yes!
Yes! If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? On the grounds of you're a bitch. The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence will be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern. Well, I mean, they definitely are, though.
Whether or not they are of concern is up for us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request from the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add this victim's medical report card to the court record.
Okay, we got it. Thank you so much for the 5 bits, Dawn. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You conspired to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Fan. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Corrector-san. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman dining by all by himself. Therefore, none other than the black uniform could dispatch the Englishman over and out. Oh my god, okay. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We're feeling some new information now. Well, yes. But I don't feel like this changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yeah. This is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? Oh wait, I have the magnifying glass. Okay. You know that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Okay, yes. Press space and you can take a closer look. Use... How did you say that with your mouth, Kazuma? Oh, you can rotate evidence. Examine it from all angles. Okay, okay. By using WASD. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press space to investigate further. Nick? What are you... Nick, if I was a bartender and you walked into my bar, I would splash whatever I was holding in your face. Just like, doesn't matter how alcoholic, doesn't matter how like I could be holding absinthe and I just fucking like throw it in your face. Straight up. Like, how dare you walk into my establishment? Sorry. Kazuma vocalizes the directional buttons like Friday Night Funkin' characters. Bap-bop, beep-bop. Beep-bop, bap-bop, beep-bop. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. And so I just made it. Beep 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 bop beep bop beep bop beep. Oh my god. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use beep bap beep bop, WASD, and space to inspect the areas of evidence that look suspicious. Okay. Whoa. Okay, we just got me right in there. So John Wilson. Okay, yes. It says Hota Clinic on this medical report. I kind of love I like these drawings. These drawings are nice. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Hota Clinic. Ugh, I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Okay. Whoa, I can like rotate it with my... Okay, wait. This looks new. It's a dentist. Okay. So this medical report card was first issued some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. The family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine. They give you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. When you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less. For which the only cure is a very bitter medicine indeed. What's this? This is right here. Can't find anything out of place. Okay. Can I open the page? Ah, I can. Ryunosuke does not need healing for the latest entry of this. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yeah, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours. Well, there you go. I was about to say that it's like he really went to a fucking restaurant like an hour, like less than an hour after having a tooth taken out. Like, no, that doesn't add up at all. My man's is eating a yeah, exactly, Tedros. My man's is eating a tough steak with a missing molar. Like, no, don't think so. Unless, of course, the food wasn't for him. Like information worth bearing in mind. Medical reports, cards, information has been updated in the record. Like, especially something like steak, because like meat is quite tough, you know? Even like well prepared meat is still like, and like, you know, even like good meat, it's still like tough, like comparatively to something like soup, you know? Like meat is still like a tough food to like compare to like an egg or like a crunchy vegetable or something. Like, you know, or like most other foods, like meat itself, but like especially beef and lamb and like other red meats and stuff like that, like pork, all of them are really tough. Like chicken and stuff like isn't really that tough, but like red meat's tough. Like eating that shit without a tooth is like So yeah, that like confirms that the food was not for him. So he was not dining alone. He wasn't dining at all. He must have been there to meet the woman. It's time we listen to testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Even if what I saw wasn't blah, 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 blah.
Yes, putting a gun on the
Furthermore, visual search the premise. Okay, that's fine, whatever. He alone he was, the thing that's been dining all by himself. No, he was not. He wasn't. Wait. Aha! Oh wait, no shit. Wait, hold on. No, wait. Sorry. I didn't mean it. Nah. I didn't mean to do this. Ah! I'm pressing escape, it ain't doing nothing. It ain't going faster. Yeah, it was E to present, I pressed the wrong button. Also not a guy, please don't refer to me as such. Present.
Yes!
It was R to present. He wasn't eating, he was dying. I mean, it's true, he was. Well, I think that,
What are you wittering, lad? You call yourself a lawyer?
No, I'm a student. First and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma.
I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hands straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully, just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Correcta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim.
I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy?
Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up. Damn me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. Yeah, I know, I love how he looks at his hand like he's like, oh man, that was really lame. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have had done before that time is completely irrelevant. Ugh. But that's, Remember, Inosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides the pale-faced pupil who could possibly have perpetrated the crime. Now that's a good desk slam. That's a good desk slam. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted.
What's this now?
And furthermore, what the fuck? Sorry, I'm talking like Ouchie now. If I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating.
Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what?
It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't.
Correcta-san.
What, boy, what?
As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally,
There's more?
You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. Yes! Yes, Ryunosuke! But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table. Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about, or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Fuck off, Katsum. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating from the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? All right, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been an as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. There was, because I saw her. I did it. When the incident occurred, we know the victim couldn't have been eating anything, yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel, I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them, the two witnesses at the stand. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Negative! There was no intent, there was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders.
That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Oh.
What? What did you just say, Corrector-san?
Oh, no,
You were just following orders.
Now, hold on, lad, I was,
Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Get absolutely smoked. Oh my god, this is so good. I'm so hyped. I'm feeling the hype of this courtroom drama. Let's go. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Get rinsed. Order. Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
well,
That's classified. He's pulling on his mustache. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they are reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or police, I suppose. The fucking waiter! Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we can make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever really did it, evidence that proves whoever it was really did his or her power over here. Just say they, come on. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? Before. We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god, I knew nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about all this,
Well, Your Excellency, it appears to be completely fucked.
Ugh, no more time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Can we not examine evidence first? Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... head waiter. The head waiter? Oh wait, no. I mean, I don't see how a head waiter could, but he...
Yes!
Fuck it, I don't know, it's the only one I can think, like no one else fits any of the bill.
Osanaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier?
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make those witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. Ryunosuke, what the fuck are you talking about?
That is, if the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Let me look at the evidence. Okay, holy shit, okay. There, easy, fucking hell. Wow, that's unexpected. What is? Look, you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name, that's sort of the point. It's not the name that's the unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division. Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police... That was why he was so that was why he really didn't want to give his card away. That was why. That was the reason because the fucking idiot presented his own business card with his real name and job title on it as evidence to the court. What a dumbass! What a fucking idiot! You absolute buffoon! You fool! You daft bastard! Didn't think they would take the whole thing, but why would you ever enter it into the equation? Like, why would you, like, just print a fucking new one? Yeah, exactly. Just have a blank piece of paper on you. If you're a waiter, you probably have like a notebook, right? You know, like most waiters carry around like a pen and a wad of paper so they can write down what people want to eat. They can write down the orders. You could have just drawn it on there and been like, oh yes, I dropped the thing as when the thing happened. It's like if you wanna like convince people that you're a fucking waiter. What? Show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly, and that's not all. Look here in the upper left. It's where it says kitchen. Oh yes, what of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself? Don't you? Study harder, Ryunosuke. God damn it. That's funny. Anyway.
Come on, Ryunosuke, time to hit this court with the truth. Truth about Satoru Hasanaga and his real identity. That's proven by this evidence. Bam!
Yes!
Plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Sorry, I just dropped the accent because it was hurting my throat. Hasanaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of this business card. The front of that business card reveals that the man in question's profession, his true profession. Forward and back, and they go forward and back. But wait, his profession? That's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen the foreign gentlewoman at the scene?
Well...
Whoa! Inspector Hasanaga! He's appeared, mysteriously. He was hiding inside of the collector's pot. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Court will take this plan and add it to the court... Oh, okay, yeah, we already saw this happen. Yeah, we saw this happen. It's fine. Stupid, stinking pretty boys. How the fuck are you a chief inspector if you make that big a blunder? I have horrible news for you about the competence of your police forces. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So you mean to say you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course. Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hasanaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner, therefore I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. Whoa, what? Oh, okay. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, who I assumed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders, you mean to say? Why did he cough blood? It's a previously established thing that this is a thing that he does, that he coughs blood, and we don't know why it happens yet. But everybody in the courtroom is aware of it. Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect? Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman of this case. But it's not right! One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? The baby is still just going crazy on this dude's muscle. You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty.
What is happening here?
Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett? Giselle Brett? I don't fucking know. I can't tell if that's a pun name or not. I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency. Yes, tell me the pun. I would like to tell the pun. I would like to know the pun. In Home Stories, Watson has an injury from a Giselle rifle. Oh! Yes, of course, because yeah, he has an injury, and that's why he's not in the military anymore. It's because he was like medically discharged, right? Sorry, 1 second.
It's a lot of type one of your toys. Shut up, Sammy! I kill you. So the pun in Giselle Brett's name is as follow. John Watson. Giselle is the type of bullet that shot John Watson in the leg of the cannon Sherlock Holmes. Yep, Brett is a... Brett. Oh yeah, I guess Brett. And Jeremy Brett, the actor who played Sherlock Holmes in the 1984 TV show. Giselle Brett can be read as Giselle Bullet, which means that a Giselle Bullet injured Dr. Watson. That's really good. I love that. I like that a lot. That's really good. Fucking, what a layered reference. Jesus Christ.
Very well, my thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes, sir.
You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency.
At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem?
Nothing will get in my way. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Well, Your Excellency.
Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening.
Slam. Okay. We're going to recess. You want to hang out at the twisty slide? Yeah, I want to hang out at the twisty slide. Even though I like the swings the best. Oh god, machine gun fire, everybody get down. Oh Jesus. Yes, anyway.
Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb.
Ugh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time.
It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer.
Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom ever again.
Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain. Is she?
That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start.
Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along.
Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. I have this weird thing called a cursor in my eyes. Whenever I point things at it, whenever I point stuff at it, I find things out. About this young gentlewoman, thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay.
You know me, I always like to savor the last shot before popping the heat sink.
Hi. Hope you're enjoying Ace Attorney and Kazuma's magical bandana.
Oh my god, Sammy, I'm gonna kick your ass. I'm gonna kick your ass into the fucking floor. Thank you, Zandai, for the £8. I am enjoying it so far, it's really good. Gotta come over there, I'm gonna kiss you on the mouth. And then suplex you. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba.
Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say.
Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial.
Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled.
Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway.
What?
What are you saying, Kazuma?
So that's your stance.
Thank you, Dina, for subbing. Thank you so much. Hey, did you guys know that Zumi 97 is very poggers? She's very poggers, and if you're not following Zumi 97 on twitch.tv, you should be, because she does very cool, very cool streams, and is very lovely, and is also very pretty. And she's like slightly more of a goblin than I am, which is pretty good. If you like my goblin energy, you'll enjoy Sammy's streams. She's actually streaming later today. She's streaming later today. Funny that, isn't it?
Okay. I was afraid you'd feel that way.
Kazuma?
Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man.
To me?
Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case.
Come to think of it, he'd said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim?
Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UME. And it was I who invited him.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that before.
Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible.
Well, let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case.
But I've no doubt you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last.
Or the first, maybe. Maybe, perhaps the first. Shadowbringers? Final Fantasy XIV? Ugh, God, I just got punched in the face. Thank you.
Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
I don't have enough to sub, but take these bits and just know that you are awesome. Sorry for saying the wrong thing a few times there. I will try better. Enjoy the game.
No problem, Hine-chan. Thank you so much for the 5 fucking sheebs. The 5 shimbs. Oh, they look like shims. I don't know. So thank you very much.
Defendant Naruto. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once.
Sheesh. Sheesh. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow.
Before those old fossils know what's hit them.
Kazuma? Are you allowed to take that sword into the courtroom?
What?
Thank you. Really.
What for?
Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. Friend, they say. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is.
Me, I always like to savor the last shot before popping the heat.
I had to make this number perfect.
Thank you, Gail, for the £28 for bringing the fucking donation up to 420. God damn it. Thank you so much. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. All right then. It's the weed amount and also the sex number. Wow. It's the weed amount and the sex number. It's the weed sex number. It's the fucking weed sex number. It's the double funny. It's double funny. It's the fucking double funny fucking double funny. Yeah. We did it. Double funny. Double funny number. Double funny. Funny number. Oh, that's the wrong one. Funny number. That's a lot of funny. That is a lot of funny. Just gonna say. Look at me, it's the clown. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals like I like from Yame, what? From Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. You're all a bunch of clowns. You're all a bunch of very generous clowns, and I really appreciate you. I do appreciate you guys supporting the stream always. Through whatever it is, whether it is just watching, or it's donating or subbing, or just engaging with the chat, anything like that. It's all good. All good stuff. Thank you so much. Just a sexy clown? Wouldn't I like to know? Wouldn't I like to know? Ooh. You do know. I'd like to know more. No, I'm just oh my god. I could stand to find out a little more. About this case, I mean. About the truth behind the mystery, of course. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm gonna honk my horn. Thank you. I appreciate that, but there's only one person who gets to honk my horn.
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under a rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Ugh, sorry. Let the government scrutinize, that's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. But you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders?
And our nation founders? What do you mean, flounders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile and the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on, you really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up, you jumped-up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we shall become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student. One who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Go. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Council. This court is now the pinnacle. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. A visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency!
Oh my god. Yo, what a cool hat. The swan. Beautiful, but dangerous.
Wow. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea.
Is that true? No idea. So, they're all just really mad horny for this lady now. This lady is too pretty.
Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. God damn it, Satoru.
Hosonaga! Stop it! Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first.
Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yeah, your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Okay, I love Kazuma and Naruhodo. They are the best. Oh, he's got a mask on. Oh my god, she's speaking in cursive.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What?
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting researching student, currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. And yet we can't understand what she's saying.
The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct?
She says yes. It takes some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of this wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say... Yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. Very moment when the accused, standing right in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Oh boy, here we go again. Here we go again.
Order! Order in court.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is.
Unfortunately, I'll have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described.
Frightening and sorrowful sight. Absolutely nothing that she says or that he translates her saying is reliable, though. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. Hey, yeah, that tracks. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Why was the gun on the floor? Why was there a gun on the floor? I don't carry a gun myself, so I obviously couldn't have been the culprit. Why was there a gun on the floor, though?
Yes.
This is a yeah, whatever. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Attention!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard! And look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine those whose words the court is going to believe.
You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Oh, but he's so annoying. He is annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. That's completely not what you said earlier, though. Testimonies of those last two witnesses were completely worthless. However, well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. That's really convenient. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could have concealed a firearm. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. The game is written really weirdly. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Duh, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there on that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Ooh, sinister grin. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Okay. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. You think my voice for Kazuma is good? Like, actually? I arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only. Beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor. The goose opens his mouth. The goose is the gun. Untitled Goose Game. Does a swan honk? Yes. They do, yeah. They do make, like, swans do make noise, yeah. They're also, like, swans are hyper fucking violent as well. Swans are, like, characteristic for the fact that they look very pretty. Like, they look very regal, like, with the shape that they maintain. But they are, like, they will just fuck up your shit. Like, they will just, like, yeah, never go near a swan. They will just break your fucking wrist. Like, they will break everything about you. It's really bad. They're terrible fucking birds. Yeah, and also, they're under the protection of the royal family in England, the swans. Like, swans are technically under protection from the royal family, so if you kill one, it's like, I believe it's the only crime where, like, the official, like, written down punishment for killing, for it is the stocks still. Is killing a swan. Obviously that doesn't get done in practice. But yeah, no, it is like in British law, it's like technically illegal to kill a swan. No one goes to jail for killing a swan. Like, I don't think anyway, but yeah, it's in the law. Like, it's written like you're not allowed to kill a swan because they're technically all property of the American family. The American family? The royal family. Sorry, I read the word American as I was saying that. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument, okay? And not long afterwards, the accused took out the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so I obviously could not have been the culprit. She's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor at the end of which you shot him, which is out and out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain.
In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black skull uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Yes, but I make it look good. I make it look good, Ryunosuke. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even with your thick skin, even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well, I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony doesn't make me feel any better either. First thing to do is to press her on any of the statements that seem slightly off to you. Even slightly off to you, okay? Do that and an opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. Professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself a beefsteak. You just came over to greet. Okay, well, this is just not true. Yes! So we should press about this and see if we can find out like what this supposed argument was about. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. I was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. Oh, English is the future. We must all speak English. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, only in the presence of a beautiful woman, Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony. No matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Minna speak English. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave. And not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes.
Yes!
I think we should just, like, press every statement. Like, there's no penalty for pressing, is there? Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true. But all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time, the highly suspicious lady in the stand. That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty? Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw. Look at that smile, that smile. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes. Immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did. You just asked her. Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not? The honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter.
Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps?
Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you should support your assertion with facts.
In other words, he wants evidence. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there, I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in our court today, of course.
Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you.
So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him, which is out and out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. Oh wait, no, we've already seen this. The evidence real quick. People. Okay. I have to keep pressing. Okay. I arranged to meet or slightly like lunching with Dr. Wilson that day.
Yes!
After 2 p.m. in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right?
No. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. It was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. Would they now? But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier today. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic, a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only. Beef steak. Using the... Oh, wait, I can use the arrow keys? Wait, what? Ah, okay, I can use WASD. Okay. Thank you, Ash. I was like clicking the arrows as well, and I was just like, how the fuck is this supposed to work?
Yes!
I guess we just press every statement, I don't know. He was unable to eat, you say. Yes, we know this already. And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hotta Clinic, correct? That's right. Supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She had heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left.
Dear me, what a harrowing experience to have traveled such a distant land on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. This guy is real damn bad. Just water. Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Carbonated water. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? I don't know. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has profound bearing on this case.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing?
I know, he's really annoying, isn't he? Significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Humph. Well sidestepped, counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony.
Gladly, she said.
That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Why are you speaking so slowly, dude? I ordered a beefsteak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor. They got into a fierce argument. Not long afterwards, he accused the... I can't carry on myself. So we've pressed like all of these statements, right?
Yes.
Can I press this again? So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Being the waiter, I poured the... Wait, there's only one fucking glass. There's only one glass. Look, there's only one. Subtractly, detective. And then the beefsteak, that was for you, Miss Brett. Why is there only one glass? The lady said that she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true.
What a frightful place,
is the lady's opinion. I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? Yeah, I mean, we could do really good with that in Britain too, you know, like, as long as everyone has food to eat. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. It's funny you mentioned that, looks at the shortage of everything in this fucking country. First time I tried carbonated water was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now, because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Jellied eels, yeah, I know, right? Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma. Okay, wait. Present. Yes, I want to present this evidence.
Yes.
He looks at the camera like he's on The Office. That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I accidentally clicked the thing without. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd. Very odd.
Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ryunosuke, What is it about the print that looks odd to you?
Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah! You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence?
Of course not. I would never do something so reckless.
Slap. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious! Oh?
Sorry. Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes.
Says sorry in cursive, yeah.
Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray?
That's absurd.
Oh, really? So do we take it now that you're going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief?
What?
Ah, no. This can't be put down to mischief.
I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene.
I'm speaking English, hello.
It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying.
Where you could have easily hidden a gun.
Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by the well-to-do women in England.
So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains this glass has absolutely no bearing on this scene. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered us satisfactory explanation as to why she removed the glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement?
Well, I don't know, really.
If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance.
Yes, you're right.
So she took the glass away in her handbag. There's a deeper significance there. It's the handbag.
Wait,
The lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. But no, he looks at his hand because he doesn't make a very overwhelming noise with his hand when he slaps. That's why he's like, wait, he's like, that's kind of awkward. I have to carry on now. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce that there must have been another firearm at the scene. Why are the guns not evidence? Like, why is the murder weapon not been submitted as evidence? I mean, I know why. It's because a simple examination of the gun would reveal that it wasn't fired, because it's still either fully loaded or there's like no like residue or anything like that on the barrel. Like, either way, a small investigation of the gun would reveal that it never been fired. So it was never admitted into evidence, which I guess makes sense if you're trying to cover up the fact that this gentlewoman killed this guy. Or rather, someone killed this man and the woman was involved. If you're trying to cover that up, I guess it makes sense that the police would never submit the murder weapon. But it's insane that no one's pointed this out.
You can't seriously be suggesting.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
Well, yeah, they didn't have the means to look for fingerprints, but that's not the point. The gun was never fired. So either the gun was unloaded and was to be loaded should the professor have needed it at any point, or the gun is fully loaded and has currently 6 bullets in its chamber, proving that it was never fired. Because, like, even if Naruhodo, let's take the story that Naruhodo actually did shoot the gun, or like, even if he had, let's go with that story, he wouldn't have had any time to reload the gun. Yeah, the barrel would be clean. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about fingerprints. I'm talking about like gunpowder and like, you know, residue, because like when you fire a gun, gunpowder is ignited. Like there is gunpowder in bullets, especially in these older guns. Like, so the gunpowder would have, like, there would have been gunpowder residue on the barrel, but if the barrel's completely clean, yeah, it would have like an empty shell. Like it would have there would have been multiple signs, such as the fact that it's missing a bullet, empty shell in the barrel. Because Naruhodo, because Ryunosuke was literally like immediately detained by Detective Hosonaga. So he wouldn't have had time to reload the gun. There would also have been no point in reloading the gun, because why would you reload after only firing once? Like, you're not a kid with ADHD playing an FPS like me. You know, you've just shot someone. Your first thought isn't going to be, oh man, I really hate it when there's an odd number of bullets in my gun. And if the gun that Ryunosuke was holding was never fired, he couldn't have killed him. Therefore, it would have literally like broken the whole case wide open if the gun was admitted as evidence. Because even if you couldn't scrub it for prints, there is no logical reason why you wouldn't have the weapon that was used to kill the guy in the murder that you have in the evidence, unless you were deliberately trying to cover shit up, which is why there is no gun in the evidence, which is why the murder weapon, quote unquote, never made it there, because a simple examination of it would have revealed that it was never fired, and therefore Ryunosuke could not have shot him. Like, could not have done it. Let me take a drink, actually.
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Professor Ouchi?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag to show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, you now have to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. You think so, Kazuma? Oh no, he's fucking dying. Oh god. He's got the TB. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police.
I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. Oh boy. I have a piece of evidence here that I'd completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. You just had a camera on you. It clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag, right behind the victim. What a nice Taurus tattoo. Well? Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. Well, yes, obviously the gun would not be in the fucking handbag. Why would the gun be in... That gun belongs to her. The gun belongs to her. She shot him with his gun. So the gun on the ground... Maybe the gun on the ground fell out of her backpack. Apparently, meshwork mags like this are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. There was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Ah! Order, order. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Court record. Yes. I want to check it now. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Hold on. Hold your fucking horses. Yes. Like chain handbag. It's not opened. Court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt on this matter, but I must take my ruling. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. Oh, just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witnesses is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat while the strong eat. You're wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. The fact you can chew onto your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma? His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma? What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You're the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. Seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Hold up! Nice slam. Wait! Your Excellency. Ryunosuke. I don't think you can rule on this case yet. His amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling.
That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photograph print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there were a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question. This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. And there can be no problem with this evidence. You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. My accent keeps changing. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned, if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Husanaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we can see the significant detail to which you have alluded. What? Hold on. Eh? Do I just have to, like, guess? The bull? I'm thinking the bull, but, like, it's not letting me... No hints here. Oh, okay. But is the bull significant? Like, actually? Blood in the wrist? Looks like a burn? Well, it clearly looks like a birthmark to me. Wait. Fuck. I can't examine the... I have 5 lives. Oh, do I? Oh, okay. Yeah, I do.
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
What? Dear me, I was wondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing to do whatsoever with the magnificent lady's handbag. If he grabbed a gun, pressed it to her chest, and it burned his wrist as it was fired, that's what it would look like. Would it? How, though? I don't understand. How? It looks like a bull. It looks like a birthmark. It looks like the hammer of a gun. Oh, you're right! A rotary revolver of the chamber. Hang on, let me like find something that... Sorry, I'm doing this in real life. Give me a sec. I need to undo this walking stick. I have a walking stick, by the way, because I used to get really I used to have really bad chronic pain that would prevent me from walking properly, so I have a walking stick. I was pointing wrist. There's like a weird... It's a weird angle to hold something at.
If he shot himself in the chest... Or no, if maybe he was... If he was struggling... If he was struggling like... If he was like struggling and the victim was like grabbing at the gun and at the person's arm, yeah. You would absolutely, because like I'm doing it now, and like, yeah, no, the place where the hammer would be is like right on my wrist. I'd be like trying to like I grab the top of their arm. Yeah, no, oh my god, you're fucking right. Holy shit, yeah. It does look like a burn. That is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Auchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn.
I'm speaking English.
Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. Oh, no. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. No.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is just about to give his final ruling anyway.
Judge, come on, man. You know this is fishy. Well, what's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. If I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was hoping that I could keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yeah, you're right.
I am?
If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we have evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it. I would, yes. Tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I had to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. Schlam. I slammed my penis on the judge's hammer. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Has to be this. Has to be. Wait, have you seen? Oh, I see, right. No question, okay. Bullet fire from close range.
Yes!
The victim's burn is clearly related to this piece of evidence in the court record.
Then explain to the court in 5 words or less what the nature of that connection is.
That's a ridiculous thing to ask of someone, you fucking idiot.
Thank you. 5 highly illuminating words. What?
Quinn! Thank you so much. Thank you, Quinn, for the 16 months. Holy shit. Thank you so much, honey. You're wonderful, thank you.
As I suspected, the rookie student is bluffing again.
Yeah. Okay, wait, no, that was actually wrong. Wait. I do feel like I've seen the shape of that burn somewhere before, though. Look through the court record again, carefully this time. Okay, that was wrong. The thing that I was going for was that it was like, the report details that it was at close range. Okay. Let me examine this. Fuck. Bull Baron. Oh my... Don't fucking... Don't just tell me the fucking answer. What are you doing? What the fuck? Like... Hello? Fuck's sake.
Yes!
What's this, Council? Yet another print?
Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at the scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. I really overthought it. Yeah, I really did overthink it with the gun, huh? I'm glad it was fun. You see, it's very clearly... What the fuck? You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusual shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How? You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What's in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? This.
Yes!
The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah! Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ah! Ryunosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case, we can't know what happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga?
Can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I don't really understand where this is going. I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it was extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any day before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. And the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us, without any question, would have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, what do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn on his wrist, he was already dead. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible. If the man was already dead... Already... dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. But clearly he has no grasp of the facts. No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. Oops. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, but you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But Your Excellency. The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Whoa. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Do now. I just listened to a radio podcast of speaking Japanese. Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the... well, as a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
Ugh.
It seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your level.
Oh.
Well...
You're the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. Yes, I know, racist.
We are truly honored by this, the lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
Oh my god, he's still down bad. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, his post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it.
I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. No, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Huh? Thanks. Was that a prayer then? Well, you'd have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now.
Oh.
I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. Sure, I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness testimony, I will be ruling the case immediately. Is that clear? Ooh. Alright, he's focused now. Yeah! What a good animation. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Victim's death.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, Professor and I raised our glasses in toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible causes of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably won't pick up on it anyway.
Okay. God, that voice is hard to fucking do. Postmortem report showed no other possible causes of death besides the gunshot. Well, the post... Well, no. It was blood loss. He died from blood loss. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. Wait, hang on. I need to define hemorrhage. Define hemorrhage. An escape of blood from a ruptured blood vessel. Yeah, so... So it wasn't pectoral ballistic trauma, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. So he didn't die from the bullet, he died from the gunshot. No, he died from blood loss, sorry. Cause of death was blood loss. And they're saying it was blood loss through trauma to the chest. I don't have enough to present yet, but
Yes!
I want to press on this. I want to press on this just in case. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. That's if he wasn't already dead, yeah. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on his wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there are no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, yeah, you're right. It can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this man's innocent life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter, because the plate was hard. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point. And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. Ah. Not leaving a trace. I mean, he could have been poisoned. On the steak. Well, he didn't eat the steak. This is the thing. We've already established he didn't eat the steak. Because he was under anesthetic. And he just had a tooth removed. He did drink. He drank. The glass in her purse. Then why was the plate where he sat? Yeah, well, that's the weird thing. He did drink.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. Someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height. However a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Sorry, I'm not doing the voice right now. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark.
If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid, hello. I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takatsuchi Ouchie, will be cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. Way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here.
Yes. Evidence. You think it would be easier to hide poison in a drink that's carbonated, maybe? Shit. Ah, fuck. It's gonna be hard work. She can speak Japanese brilliantly, but she doesn't seem to want to say very much. The more she says, the more she's likely to give away. This Englishwoman knows that only too well. She's quite formidable. That tells us something, I'm sure. What is it, Kazuma? What are you thinking? Oh, don't worry. It's nothing. Speak up, motherfucker. Jesus. No idea when the man bent his wrist like that. Okay, wait, hold on.
Yes!
Well, I mean, you must have, because... But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed.
You think so? Let me ask you something.
Sorry?
Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you?
Huh? What? Ah!
What fun! You hadn't realized.
Dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me?
Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. And your tiny brains imagine such a thing?
Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can. For God's sake. Well, I can't.
Anyway.
Well, my steak, your steak, but why was his hand burnt on the plate? You were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although? Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Damn you.
I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you. It definitely does not mean that. I think it means the exact opposite.
Anyway.
As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death beside the gunshot, yes. So glass of toast. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor... Fucking hell.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. Le Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different...
Are you good? It doesn't even occur to you on... Well, can I do something about this?
I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand?
A killer blow. This lady's as formidable as she is beautiful. He drank the fucking water. Did he drink some of the... He's actually admitting it. Our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Archie is starting to finally see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean... Find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a clink in her armor. Kazuma,
What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. Are we finally going to address the fact that he's just bleeding from his mouth all of the time? Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Unfortunately, I have no idea. Bam. Inferior? What do you mean by that? Lands of the Great British Empire. Please store everything found at crime scene for further examination. In this country, you must get one. Yes.
Wait.
Can I? Okay. How do I do this? There it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Take care, Ellie. Thank you so much for coming by. Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Brett as her interpreter. Things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him, he's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? We'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. All about to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who is the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. You can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere among the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with A and D and then focus on the detective. And pursue him with space and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
Okay. D. There we go. Switch between the two, okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah! What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
What is the meaning of this? It is the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that? It's the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water, I don't care what anybody says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I'm also dying. Can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Let me examine that now, actually. Can I examine this now? I can, yes. Spin it around. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. You know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that, you know. You could just say that you don't know. Okay, well, let's wait, yeah. This carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. Don't do that. Can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one. Wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. How has he survived this long? God, wouldn't I like to know? Yeah, just take a swig in the courtroom, why not? Wait, so how do I chase that possibility up? Okay, guess not. Yeah. Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Unfortunately, I have no idea what this poor man button is. Risk on, blah, blah, blah.
Yes! Yes!
What if I show the bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison! On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was a poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order! Who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous, to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You rocky imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Duck is sparkling words and nasty. I mean, I don't disagree. This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one's individual guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
If I may.
I was... Oh my god.
It is you who should be silent.
Of course. Dear lady.
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring to?
I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at this present time. We could find no trace of poison in any description in the bottle of carbon. What? Are you sure? Tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! Okay, that's me losing a fucking point then, I guess.
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think the cross-examination has clarified everything. Oh, fuck. Shot to the chest from this gun is the only... Wait, you have the gun? You have the gun!
Give me the fucking gun! What the
We had the gun the whole time! Kazuma. I'm sorry, Inosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Shit. Yeah! I knew you'd be important. Because I've seen fan art of you. Please wait! Isn't that... What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Mikotoba?
In my darkest hour...
Wait, what the fuck? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth.
absolute queen. What do you mean to be? Fuck off! Don't. I'm shooting the game. No. 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 Oh, fuck. Damn it. Oh, shit. No! Okay. Well, despite that being a cliffhanger, I have been going 4.5 hours and my throat really hurts. So I'm gonna end stream there because I feel like I am dying. Like, very badly. My throat is just exploding. So despite the fact that, oh god, being hit by a machine gun. Ah, machine gun! But yes, no. Thank you so much for coming along to the stream today. We're gonna raid Zumi because she went live. And she's very poggers and very cool. Anyway, yes. Everybody, hop onto the Sammy train. When's the next time I stream? Streaming this will probably be either Monday or Tuesday. Depending on how long I need to rest my voice for. Tomorrow I'm probably going to do like a more quiet Life is Strange stream instead, just to like give me a vocal rest, but I still want to keep playing Life is Strange, so. But yeah. I will, if you want updates as to when I am live, you can follow my Twitter or you can join my Discord. Because I tweet every time I'm live and I post on Discord every time I'm live. You can follow the Discord here, I believe. Thank you so much for the follows. Thank you all for all of the subs and the support today. You've all been absolutely fantastic, and I am in this game now. I am in it for the long haul. Oh my god. All right. I'll see you all next time. Thank you all for coming, and goodbye.